Who's ready for a book reading stream? uh, what is going on? What is up? Man, I had somebody earlier today, or yesterday, was not being real nice about because somebody posted, oh man, what is Dawn of the New World coming to gonna get a remaster? And I was like, hopefully not, because that game sucks. All right. Which, you know, in my opinion, that game does suck. All right. This is Tales of Symphonia 2, by the way. And then somebody's like, "Oh, you're a Trails fanboy. Your opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion is denied, or whatever." And I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm like, I'm just voicing my opinion that the game sucks. And then I look on this guy's Twitter page, and he's like, my guy's got like 71,000 posts. And he joined the same year as I did. I'm like, bruh, quit tweeting. Bruh, quit tweeting. And half his posts are like, misery always has to hit as soon as the weekend starts, bruh. And now the other half is like, he's like shitting on like other games. So he's one of them pieces of shit you run into every now and then. But we're gonna be reading a book this stream. There will be some gameplay. After we read the book, because I'm gonna quickly do the end of Act 1, which is the third route. So I'm gonna read the 3 and 9 book. And then we'll complete Act 1. So yeah. Gonna be a one of those weird streams where I'm just gonna be reading text the entire time. So hopefully I don't end up falling asleep or like getting really too drowsy, because my ass hates reading, and then I gotta read it out loud too. But I waited for Reverie to do 3 and 9, because the 3 and 9 version that they have in the game in Reverie is like through the start menu, or through like the that main menu of the game, and it has pages. All right, it has like pictures and it like feels like you're reading a book, instead of like how when you get books in like each individual chapter and it's just you're just flipping pages. There's like pictures and everything. It actually kind of like feels like a light novel. So that's why I waited. And since we're just reading, I want to keep the music on, so that'd be cool. Go away, BattleNet. And I won't do a I'm not gonna do a one of my other screens, because yeah, that's, oh shit, I totally forgot. 1 second. You're gonna see my PlayStation thing here real quick. I totally forgot about wait, where's my oh okay. Hold on, I need to remove my Bluetooth and put it back in. Since I removed all the save files, we don't get the opening if I sit on this page. Which is cool. All right. Oh, let me turn the music down on All right, this is 3 and 9. It is a 10-chapter story, which you collect in Cold Steel 4, and I didn't read it in Cold Steel 4. About these two characters. At the moment, they are named Gray and Celia Reinhardt. All right. But now, we'll read this to learn of their story. This is kind of a prologue, or not a prologue, but a prequel to this is kind of a prequel to Reverie. So, we will start with chapter 1, The Butler and the Lady. As you can see, here this 22 pages, 21 pages, 28 pages, 22, 30 this one is fucking 33, 27, 16, 22, 23, 17. So, you know, it's kind of long. And as you can see, it's also kind of wordy. Anyway, chapter 1, The Butler and the Lady. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored in a port town to the northeast of the Principality of Reverie. Extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. Even among such guests, however, two stood out. A young lady possessed of regal air, and the butler at her side. Judging from their dress, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper T. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests were their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12, perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep peace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper, as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. "Snap to it, you dullard!" the young lady brusquely shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. "If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds." She continued to increase her pace, while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast of her graceful appearance. Dressed in a lovely black frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires, and her twin pigtails, curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50-reed stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the arms of of a girl such as her. Please, my lady, forgive me." In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. "May I please see your invitation and boarding passes?" The crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. The crew member working on the gate smiled politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent, a prized possession of the Verne Company. Its main route was between Reverie and the Calvert Republic, via Lamine Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved by one Haldor Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvert. Passengers hoping to board required both standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as such invitation included the room information of for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly for a formality. "Gray," the girl called to the boy name and gestured with her hair, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. "Yes, my lady. What do you require of me?" the boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. "You can't possibly be this dense, you stupid worm," she snapped. Oh, I'm sorry, my lady. I beg your forgiveness." Cowering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy stuttered and stammered 1,000 apologies. "Silence! The invitation and the boarding pass now!" "But right away, my lady." The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass, a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. "Oh no!" he exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared. Beneath the waterlogged document, a school of fish jumped into the air and splashed with a splash, spraying water about. They then descended back to the harbor depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. "Ah, no!" The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. "This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuited radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink, and his shoulders slumped like a criminal waiting judgment. "You're absolutely useless!" The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough breath to haunch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading aid between coughing up mouthfuls of cold water. My lady, please help me," he begged, his thrashing throwing more desperate and frantic. "You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands. But I can't swim," he burbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. "I'm well aware. Please, my." His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water, and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His thrashing ceased, and his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward towards the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. Miss, please, you must calm down," the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. "Hey, how? How can I be calm about this? My father was unable to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on this ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank incompetence, that's exactly what's going to happen." The girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent it could have stopped the paint from the entire vessel. "Tell me, worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board?" Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained upon hearing those words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. "Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead?" The boy that moved to comply with this request was stopped dead in the tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself, roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the paper and went through the list of names on the guest list. "This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, who I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. Might I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant?" "You presume correct. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt." The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. "Then there will be no need for further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed." "Oh, we may?" Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee. But in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide the peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to ride another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky." The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick as they already knew the way. But not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped, and she let out a mighty yawn. Not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from a few moments ago. I'm beat, S. I think I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush bear into the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with a childlike exuberance, fitting someone of her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast, her whimsical demeanor, in contrast to her whimsical demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down. The real mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and terse. As he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor, his now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was a gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every ridge of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. The girl's transformation was strange. The boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That wasn't really your best work out there. That really wasn't your best work out there, S. Far from it. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. She remained silent for a moment before speaking. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission. But you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know. You hamming it up like that made us stand out more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticism. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler making a spectacle at the boarding gate were simply elaborate pageantries, acts necessary for gaining entry to the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, they chose to board under false identities. They made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed on high quality paper, but ultimately differed only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch mirror wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was different. It was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technologies to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake boarding pass would attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk, which is why the two engineered a dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping their boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of winds and timely groups of fish were the result of a battle ornament the girl had kept hidden in her stuffed bear. A clever method she had used many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work paid off. The infiltration had gone successful, and had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful operation for the boy known as Three of Swords, and the girl known as Nine of Swords. Their life in their life as professional assassins. To be continued. Woo. Woo. So we have these two here, which we only know one is named S, and they're both assassins. They work for an assassin group. Now, we only know of one assassination group, and that was a group that Sharon was part of. I don't remember if she said the name of the group that she was part of. I think she did. But she was part of that group before joining Ouroboros. Reading the next chapter. Chapter 2, 3 and 9. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink into the distance, Three of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. We have pinpointed enemy positioning. Have we pinpointed enemy positioning? Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as the Nine of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl. Oh yeah. All right. Yep, we're good to go. The girl known as Nine of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl. The polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork for their mission: the assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant Haldor Barn. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their target, whether in swift silence or via raucous violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvard, with Haldor still alive on it. Haldor had strong ties with Heue, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove exceptionally difficult. An exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this was where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. Finally, the third featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Haldor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the farthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order and then sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once the dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those with noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet once they arrived, they found that Haldor had not elected to appear. An act of caution, perhaps. This was expected. However, the two took their planned positions in the central area of the room. It's time. 3's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floors below. The passengers began to panic, but their fear slowly subsided to uneasiness as the security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a small number of fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was processing apace. I guess I'm up, 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding to the floor. A series of muffled pops reverberated through the hall, heralding a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe. Ah, my eyes, they're tearing up. The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effect on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 began the next stage of their plan, infiltrating the third floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the first floor, meaning that they would have to pass all the way through the second in order to respond to any emergencies. At the top of the ship, the large number of panicking passengers on the second floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time that they would need. So far, the assassin's plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean that killing Haldor would be easy once they had reached him. The two hid themselves in a stairwell. Stairwell on the third floor, and scouted ahead. Two more there. From what I can see, it looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell them they were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? It was clear that they had been hired by not to protect the general guest, but personally attend to Haldor. Given that his room was located at the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that had currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. I'll take lead. As she said this, 9 began to walk casually forward. Her posture relaxed. She made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps, they turned to look. They didn't register her as a threat. An advantage to avoided her by her candy-sweet exterior. Little lady, you're not allowed up here without permission, one of the guards said in a gravelly voice. Yeah, we know. We know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs, and Yeah, we know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs, another chimed in, but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room. Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude towards 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Haldol's room. But I want to go in there, pretty please. Now I wasn't putting on a spoiled noble act. She had used putting on the spoiled noble act she had used to sneak aboard the ship the other day. This was probably close to her genuine sleepy intonation, as she would allow during a mission. You want to meet Mr. Haldor, do you? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, because we got strict orders not to let anyone in this room. And there ain't nothing I can do to change. Your mind. Nine tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards. Nope, nothing. One of them finally responded. Oh, I see. That really is too bad. Despite her words, Nine didn't seem especially disappointed in their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust it forward, thrust it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud whip, followed by the thud of two of the guards collapsing on the ground. Their necks had been pierced by 2 needles, which had been tipped in poison, a specialty of Nine's and her mainstay in combat. Ordinarily, hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison through a target's body when thrown at a vital point. Nine would typically carry up to 10 different types of poisons, each suitable for different situations. Despite the circumstances, she would never even use poison-free needles on poison-free needles on occasion. This time, Nine had struck the 2 bodyguards with the neurotoxin that robbed them of their ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while. What the? Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway had turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes, and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrades. A swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a longsword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. The construction resembled that of a traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of a typical curved one. This design was surprisingly ornate. Curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. 2 remaining bodyguards had seen what had happened, and each had already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how useful their opponents, it was clear that they had no intention of pulling their punches. "You little bastards!" yelled one of them as they began swinging his axe downward. 3 met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3, while still holding the axe in place with his right hand. 3 quickly drew a short sword with his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword clearly in all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard. However, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was still missing a piece. It was much less of an offensive weapon than the longsword, being mainly used for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seems as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man. with only his right hand. Sensing that he would need to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. With his remaining strength, he whipped around. He whipped around to face his staggering assailant. Plunged his short sword deep into the torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched into a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. That's right. That should be right. That should be. 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards have all been dispatched, but as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger. Weapon drawn, his sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separate them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash split second later, as did the final bodyguard. Maya, you're pretty sharp. I wonder how long it'd take you to catch on. 9 turned lazily on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as a thin red stripes appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs. Blood began to trickle down out like sanguine tears. Better not move. Wriggle too much, and you'll be leaving more pieces than you arrived. Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He truly couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of this painful predicament was a web of superfine steel threads that surrounded him. Thanks to their special processing, the threads were roughly and sharp as a drawer full on the top end kitchen knives. A drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. 9 had later trapped outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly blood-splattered tableau. The threads were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such thread was notoriously difficult to use, and was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only mean of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no implements to eliminate their target, 9 had yet to attain such a skill level with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, a fiendishly clever master of traps. Besides, as an ex-Jaeger had just learned, 9 tossed a poison needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed 3 staring at her. What? Is something wrong, S? She asked, using the nickname she preferred to call 3 by. She would often refer to herself as N, which 3 took as a shortened version of 9. But when she spoke with 3, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed it would be short for swords, despite the word being part of their names, but had never bothered to ask. Nothing at all. Bree tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Haldor Barn. All right, so they they infiltrated the ship because they're going after the guy that that's running like the little dinner party ship thing. And they're pretty good assassins. Oh man, it's gonna be rough to get through. It is going to be rough to get through this. I need to rest my eyes here. What is this song? Twilight Hermitage. Somebody just showed me a visual mod for Viper in Final Fantasy 14, and it's dual wielding keyblades, and I'm like, oh fuck, dude, that actually looks really cool. I know this song. What's the song? A Piece of Light. Alright. Oh, man. Next chapter. Chapter 3, The Assassins and the Target. Oh, this one's 28 pages. Ugh. God, I can't wait for Nico B to get to fucking Cold... Because he's going to read this in Cold Steel 4, because he reads the books in Cold Steel 4. Or he reads the books in the game itself. I think he's going to like this book. Inside the room was opulence made manifest. The best of the best. Enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of the spacious layout sat Haldor Barn, reclined on a sofa. He brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted in a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given an order that no one be allowed in. But there were two children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been very easy to guess what had happened, though their appearances made it hard to believe. The two standing before him were no doubt professional assassins, here for his life. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept this realization hidden, refusing to allow much of a hint of panic creep into his features. The source of this confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the most impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 arch in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding out from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making a most intimidating sight to behold. So he's got an archaism, yeah. Wowee, that's a big one, 9 remarked, glancing up. An archaism. 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. Heh, this beauty is a new favorite of mine. A rather fruitful find at a recent back alley auction. I happened to attend, and it wasn't cheap, let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measure. I paid a pricely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mirror well spent, in my opinion. I dare say, it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. In fact, it'd be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smug grin, Haldor looked like a boastful child now showing off his expensive toy at school. So the bums outside were just bouncers then. So the bums outside were just bouncers then. And this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you. 3 deduce. Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct. Haldor said gleefully. As long as I have it at my side, my safety here is guaranteed. And once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable. He let out a long laugh, his voice rising rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly through the gaudy chamber. Shockingly stupid. Is he really? He's really an idiot, huh? The duo's comments were born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail in their mission, and even if Haldor did somehow manage to make it to Heihui territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. They were to pursue him to the bitter end, to the last man. He had 0 chance of survival. Attack! At Haldor's order, the archaism launched into action, its sights set on 3, charging straight for him. 9 took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbital arts. As she began the charge, however, one of the archaism's arms rapidly folded out into a gun. The muzzle pointed in 9's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! 9 evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her arts. The archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was busy fending off its melee attack with his longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started to cast her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however. She found herself unable to escape it long enough to cast to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack where they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, Nine screwed up her face in frustration and sullenly gripped her plush bear. This thing doesn't play nice. I quit, she said in front with a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of the machine, and without the ability to cast her arts, Nine found herself at a loss. 3, however, maintained unperturbed and readied himself for another onslaught. I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me when the fighting's over, okay? 9 said as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillar. 9, cut it out! I need you awake. I need you to stay awake. 3 shouted from across the room. Despite this, 9 didn't react at all. As she dozed, the archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focus its attention on 3. Its 4 arms transformed into a sword, a lance, and an axe and a gun. Proceeded to launch a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. 3 leapt out of the way as a machine's sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing toward him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. Meanwhile, the archaism had its gun trained in Haldor's direction. Even in the heat of combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Swift movements and deft swordplay were the foundation of 3's combat style, but they were little use against such a powerful machine. The archaism was simply too fast, and the attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than 3 could keep up. To his irration, 3 found his skill set completely useless against fighting the mental monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept the foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced 3 to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his long sword. Yeah, fuck, man, my eyes are going cross-eyed here reading. One second. Friend linked me to how to do the Viper Keyblade mod. This violent dance continued on for some time. 3 had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child. That armor was specifically commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in Gehenna against them. Hador's mocking tone grated on Three's nerves. It was made worse by the fact that he wasn't lying. That it was clear that he wasn't lying. Three's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, 3 had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued, her voice flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, joints 1, down 5 reach. Legs, joint 2, up 3 reach. Waist, rotation axis center. Left side of chest. Up 2/5, left 1/5. The first to respond was not 3, but Haldor. You little wench! How did you do that? He was flustered. Clearly shocked that 9 had figured out the arcade's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa, and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Pure disbelief was etched into Haldor's face. 3, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis is complete. Now! Right. 3 had readied himself and rushed the archaism, his sword play swifter than ever. A veritable tornado of slashes and stabs, each of his attacks upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each of the point a second time. But the result was the same as before. Nothing gave the same high-pitched metallic. Nothing saved the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Haldor was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke! You can swing those little swords of yours till the palms come home, but you'll never get through that armor. All part of the process. Letting his simple reply linger in the air, 3 lined his short sword up with the bottom section of the base of his long sword. The 2 blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon. His sharp the sharp edges lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to say whether the 2 were ever anything other than a single sword. Haldor watched the process with interest, but then burst into mocking laughter a moment. Proud of your pocket knife, little boy. Do you understand? Do you honestly think that will be your ticket to victory? Truth be told, even in a combined state, the reach of 3's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade might have improved some increase in power, but that's certainly not enough to break the arcade's stick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly The weapon truly seemed little better than a toy. 3 chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point he swung it at the weak point on the Archaism's leg, same body he targeted before. This time, however, the strike was followed by a loud explosion, and the Archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast from they're like because the player has an interesting mechanic to his swords. When you attack, you put a mark on the enemy, and then your next attack is a critical. So, he swung at the weak point in the Archaism, same spot he targeted before. This time, however, the strike was followed by a loud explosion, and the Archaism leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the Archaism itself, and was powerful enough to blow its limb clean off. At a glance, it seemed similar to a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have passed anything. Even if they had, the Archaism sensor would have surely detected it. But what the? Haldor stammered, his face twisted with a shock of fear. Another swing by 3's sword, followed by another explosion. The second of the Archaism's legs sent flying across the room. What the hell is going on? Haldor screeched, no longer trying to hide his panic. His tones quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject terror. This is no ordinary sword. 3 began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with the battle ornament, forming a single weapon. Well, strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary ornament than a battle ornament. The location and timing specifications were complicated, as was the use of a specialized ornament in conjunction with some of the automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time. However, if the wielder was skilled enough they'd be able to launch powerful art attacks without the need to charge up without the need of any charge up period. It was in this ability that the true value of 3's weapons lay. But having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid art strikes unleashed to it, the Archaism began to throw sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Haldor that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began to desperately look for means to escape. Stop fighting and let me out of here. Get me out of here now, he ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began to move towards him. I don't think so, called a lazy voice called out from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with the couplets of webbed steel thread rendering it immobile. This is the end. 3 quickly struck its remaining weak points in a rapid succession, resulting in a series of explosions tore the machine into pieces, littering its surroundings with burnt steel and charred components. The smoke had cleared the room. The room was so filled with broken parts, it was more like a scrapyard than a suite. What remained of the Archaism's body ceased to function and collapsed, the chassis mangled beyond recognition. 3 deftly wove his way through a junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Haldor. Just stay back! The pitiful squeak escaped Haldor's throat as he scrambled backwards, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run. However, Three's mission was nearing its end, and yet he didn't feel happiness or relief. He took a step closer. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting him, his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. Three took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figured you at least dared to know who's ending your life. To know, Three thought to himself. Whose name to curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna? I am Three of Swords. He plunged his blade deep into Haldor's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the ship had largely subsided, and the ship's security guard were finally starting to move up to the third floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quietly broke open the window and jumped through it to the sea outside. It's a good thing this mission wasn't on an airship. That would have made escaping way more of a pain. 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation, as well as forcing the two to leap from ship to ship midair. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone would in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. Nine softly called out the 3 again, using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The two of them looked back towards the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the two. Yeah, 3 said quietly. I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission dossier, and knew that 9 spoke true. Haldor was a bastard through and through. He was one that performed all the horrible kinds of acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world. And was better off with him no longer a part of it. Not that it matters either way. When it came down to it, a hit was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent, or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassination order came in from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was. I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out of her plush bear and began blowing on it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft, big enough for one. 9 climbed aboard and flopped down once again, using her bear as a pillow. I'm gonna catch another few winks. I'll leave this part to you, SK. This part meant for the three to swim them both to shore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, the three felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and Nine had been operating together over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and sometimes found himself thinking of her as more of a little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their missions. Despite this, Three understood the situation. He understood that even if Nine were his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. All right, I'm gonna take a little break here. Fighting her. It's a no end, no world instrumental, pretty much. Let's see how you do how you put up this this mod. This doesn't tell you how to. How do you implement this mod? All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I returned. I returned. It's time for us to read chapter 4. Chapter 4, 3 of Swords. They haunt me relentlessly. All the people I've murdered over the years. I've cut their heads, carved their hearts from their chests, sliced their torsos right through the middle. But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continue to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me be. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slash them apart. They don't relent. Chunks of their flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains. They gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away! I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me, just as I did them. Let me go! 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 I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke from my nightmare. My breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed. And yet I had no choice but to continue. Nine and I were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioned subordination, to kill as we were ordered. Our entire existence boiled down to this singular point: to reject an order or attempt to escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization, to even speak of its true name, was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization who had served since they were children deemed to possess special potential, were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children who entered the factory would never win again. Would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training that they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened with me. I was forced to abandon who I was. When I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's doors at 7 years old. Damn, 7. Anyone who dared utter their former name were subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than another tool in an arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon, however. Our names, more like titles, were based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the minor arcana, Three of Swords. It didn't have even the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and a small fraction of their very best candidates were given names based on their major arcanas. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled. But in terms of combat ability, major arcanas could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it they were even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5. If they make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which had made use of needles and threads, allowing her to control the fields of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I could honestly say that she was the best partner I'd ever had, and the most reliable. At the same time, she was the person who I needed to regard the most caution. The reasons why the organization used partner system were twofold. The obvious reason that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced each partner to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist a special rule. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence to of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem too. The worst of the worst could actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you needed to regard most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face in the mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You need to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival. A lesson I learned learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I at the time. I was partnered with another boy, one known as Ace of Swords. Ace was a year my senior. He was a pretty good guy. We got along well, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease. One as long as one as long as he was tall, and he used it both to destroy our enemies and to protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle, and in that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was contempt for the murders. The murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around that was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided we need to execute our plan as far away from other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first of our plan went well enough. We entered Arabonia thinking that it was considerable distance from our normal area of operations, and we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. It was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice. Both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason that we fought well together. The third time, however, it was our overseer who paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. Hey, Ace. I began speaking, believing that it would be our last conversation we'd ever had. What's up, buddy? I just wanted to say, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse. What's that supposed to mean? He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk at my comment. But don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still. Ace waited in silence for me to continue. Being by your side this time, well, it made my life so much better, Ace. And even if we're fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as another tool. The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice in a mere whisper. 3. Thank you for everything, man. You too, Ace. Thank you. I had said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at the very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, if that's how you feel, Ace started. Suddenly, the ambiance of the cave completely shifted, like some horrible hallucination. Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling to the bone. Then die, buddy. Die for me. My first reaction was slight confusion. Was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we would face our deaths together. I turned to face him just to clarify what he said. Just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down towards my head. I immediately dodged his strike in the ground where I'd been laying only a moment ago, and had been shattered into rubble. Ace, what are you doing? I cried out. You can't figure it out on your own? Have you gotten the final rule for those who betrayed the organization? The final rule I hadn't forgotten. I just simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant in our situation, but everything clicked into place. When two partners betray the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with the corpse. The idea behind this rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation, and then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over. Ace, why? Why are you doing this? You know, buddy, becoming partners with you was my only bit of luck I've had in my whole life, my whole goddess damned life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you? Because I need to survive, he said, his voice dripping with desperation. I can't die like this. Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me, and the same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count, was now being used as an attempt to end it. Just die, he screamed. I tried to scream back, but the horrible knot in my stomach, and the storm of emotions in my heart ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sound of Ace's body collapse into the ground. That's how I managed to survive. I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I'd been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still hadn't gave up on winning back my humanity, but I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. Damn. Betrayed by his partner. Though the way that kind of played out, I had felt like it almost felt like he forced himself to fight him so that Three of Swords could win back his win back forgiveness. Next chapter. Chapter 5. I think that's the longest chapter. Oh. Fucking chapter. 33 fucking pages, man. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of the dawn were only just beginning to pierce the dark sky above. Stepping out of the inn, Three inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The town, known as Lutzen, located on the border of Calvert and Reverie. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvert. In stark contrast, westward laid a mountain road known only to a select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one that facilitated re-entry into the Republic without needing to go through official channels. 3 headed to a designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered boulders. This site was deep in the mountains. This site was deep in the mountains, therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he had found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow. Wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said 3. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word: "Speak." This man, known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over three and the rest of the organization's pool. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received their reports. 3 relayed the details of the Haldor mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. "Next. Right, regarding 9 of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear that any plot that they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. That is all," 3 said as he finished his report. "Very well," the Overseer said. "You will be contacted with instructions of your next mission once they are ready." "Understood." 3 turned and head back to town, but as he did, the Overseer spoke again. It was with little more than a whisper, but it delivered a weight that froze 3 in his tracks. "Stop." 3 slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, the dark hood completely covered his face. It has been 3 years now. You've not been designing any more plans, have you?" 3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his attempt to escape 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of their organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on 3's new plan? Had he already picked up on 3's new plan to escape? No. 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. I will never again attempt something so foolish. I am a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the lives of my targets. The way he cast his eyes, his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns. 3 had pulled off had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air, in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke. I do hope that is the case. The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in Three's chest. There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders, the Emperor said. I will fully devote myself to meeting them, Three said. In the same practiced tone, he moved once more to return to the town, and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back in the room, he let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed to his bed. Nothing had happened during the exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless, he had felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was physiologically exhausting, or psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was indeed hiding his true intentions from the organization. In truth, Three had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but it did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown. Grown stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remain in his heart, he feared would be lost forever, lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being a little more than a device, one whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster was the terrifying future he had dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had 2 requirements he absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. First, he needed to avoid direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, Nine could not find out about his plan. Regardless of their partnership, he had to be careful of even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, that meant Three would be forced to abandon Nine, someone who had fought by his side through countless life or death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever Three thought about the moment, he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan into motion. He always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Surely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where Three had tried, actually, but before he can even get the first word out, however, memories of Ace's sword speeding towards him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. Three shook off the thoughts plaguing him and returned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw Three's diligence pay off at last. The final preparation had gone smoothly, and as he had hoped for. The time had finally arrived where he would set his plan into motion that night. Once Nine fell asleep, he could leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvard, he would be traveling by car. He had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he promptly set off for Liberl via one of the international ship routes that regularly departed from the city. Yet he had decided what to do after that. He had yet decided what to do after that point. He could stay a night or two in Liberl, or perhaps head over to Le Mans. In any case, he needed to get as far away from this current location as possible. He may have been the lowest rung in the organization and had little idea what went on among its upper echelons. But he was determined to show them all that he was capable of, casting off the shackles that had bound him with. Call! His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room and made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning on one of its legs. As he did, this face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the overseer used to communicate. Now he wants to meet now. It hadn't even yet been an entire day since 3 had delivered his report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? As he said the words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers before the overseer realized what had happened. Were 3 to ignore a direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion. One would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was at the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains. The same site he had been just that morning, in fact. There remained no trace of the ominous, eerie stillness that pervaded the place before. However, bathed in the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders that seemed wreathed in a brilliant flames from a distance. 3 had arrived to find 2 figures waiting for him. The first was the overseer, draped in the same tattered robe as usual. The thought occurred to 3 that he made the man look more the part of the Hermit Arcana than it did the Emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear, 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Haldor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional than mobile. Her presence did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, they had been called to be briefed on their next mission. It was only natural that she would be summoned as well. Something felt different, however. 3 couldn't put a finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. "So you have arrived," the overseer said as 3 approached. "Yes, what is my task?" The initial exchange was always the same as it was. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not. "Make your appeal." "My appeal?" said 3 slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising. "Well, I've received a report detailing your treachery from 9 of Swords." "I don't..." 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen. Going over the steps in his head and again. And the absolute worst one possible was playing out right now before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like Ace? It wasn't possible. 3 thought that he hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional and could not under any circumstances trust her. That was just how the partnership in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There must have been some kind of mistake. 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk this one out. You can't talk yourself out of this. No, 3 of swords. 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap paper within her bear and showed it to 3. This is your ticket for an airship, a voyage to Liberl. The one you booked for noon tomorrow. 3 fell to the ground from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that ticket was a fake, that he had the real ticket, but to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that utilizes very same kind of forgery, 3 now found himself a victim of the exact same trick. By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Ryan's Fogert, right? Student at the Genus Royal Academy, correct? 9 continued. That's the same name you used used on your false ID for one of our missions last year. That would mean that you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius. Strangely enough, 3 decided that he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part that he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan. Yet, it had all been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell did this happen? I take that expression to mean that you're trying to puzzle out just how your entire plan was exposed, 9 said, a slight smile playing at the corner of her lips. It was clear to 3 she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize that I've been watching you this whole time. We've been partners, right? You've been my only target right from day one. Her tone was merciless her word dripping with thinly veiled venom. Yes, I've been watching you. Yes, I've been watching you, 3, inspecting, observing. The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up and finally show your true colors. It had been that way since the moment I became your partner. 3 struggled to wrap his mind around what 9 was saying. The fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid. Despite the overseer's presence with each word, 3 felt more and more baffled. He couldn't understand her observing him to the degree that that their job required. But where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She felt this way from the very start. Why? The overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it that you have yet to figure it out who she is. I mean, 3 could not for the life of him figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at 9, searching for some clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred. One that had made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? She began. She began before her voice gained a measured deadly weight to it. The one you murdered, he was my brother. Three's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled. His mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he were being pulled to the bottom of the sea. The air crushed out of his lungs by unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. Three barely heard Nine's words as his head swarmed with thoughts. Ace was Nine's brother? She had known everything from the start? She had been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the moment that they first met? Always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. Three stood there dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across Three's face. We have all the facts we need. You will be purged from the organization. As per our rules, your partner, Nine of Swords, will now end your life. Hearing the overseer's words, Nine stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared. Though I admit the idea of losing such a talent pains me. The reward, the right to one's freedom, gained by uncovering and executing the partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for this freedom had dominated Three's existence for years, and now Nine would be the one to gain it in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own hand. She took another step forward, producing a number of poisoned needles from her bear. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at Three. He instinctively drew his sword and battered the needles out of the air. The combat tactics had been drilled into him, dictated he closed the distance between them, yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partially because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew that there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best Nine, he would need to take on the Emperor afterward. And he knew that was a battle he had no chance of winning. Three simply accepted his fate. His fate was to die then and there. There was nothing he could do to change it. Nine pulled out roughly twice as many needles before and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his sword shard and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In Three's mind, the thought slowly began to sink in. This was retribution for killing Ace. Nine leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, Three thought. Someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his own life doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't deserve to live. Nine continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her thread. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for Three in a close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, Nine managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her thread around Three's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. Nine deftly moved her fingers, and the steel collar tightened around Three's neck. This is the end. This is the end, she said in a flat, rigid tone. Three knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to await his silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. So, this is actually my first time reading 3 and 9. I did not like I typically know what happens in this. I know how this ends. I just don't know. I just didn't know what leads up to it. I did not think Nine was Nine had like betrayed him, but who knows, maybe she didn't. And that one, that chapter is long. God, I've been reading for 2.5 hours almost. Dude, I'm pretty fast at reading when I'm reading in my head. But since I have to read this out loud, it's taken me 2.5 hours to read 5 chapters of this book. We're halfway done though. All right. Chapter 6, 9 of Swords. My mother died after I was born. From that point, it was just me and my older brother and our dad. As far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the mirror Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And then when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than my brother ever did. Whether I was at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I really hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when I was there with when he was there by my side. Those days didn't last for long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money, and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much more, though. And even between my brother and I, our income barely made a scratch in the mounting debt. One day, my brother vanished, and my dad announced that he had let him spread his wings, in other words. He had abandoned him. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at the point that I stopped. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held back on the idea that my brother would come. Still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. After 3 long years, I finally received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method. Thrilled to have a connection with him once again, I eventually found out that he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. The things that he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said the organization was nightmarishly strict and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person, but that was impossible, and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. That household ran out of Mira again, and I knew what was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother telling him that much. He wrote back telling me that he and his partner had decided to escape the organization. Now, I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He followed his declaration with the promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of a home. What followed, however, at the very end of his letter was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least gets out of here. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. That was the last letter I ever received from him, and in the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out. Kicked me out just as I thought he would. He had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew that they were destroying him physically as well, but I had stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training that I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. I was told that he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everyone around me and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of as one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders, not thinking of myself, and then night would come, and then I'd have nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented of thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in this world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it. I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd eventually fall unconscious for about an hour a night. 2 if I was really lucky. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much. And what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this, with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I finally had a chance to meet him, the boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I, I quietly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instincts telling me truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day we were out on a mission. I had found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. I mean, actually sleep, deeply and soundly. For the first time in an entire year, there was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remember being next to my brother, strangely enough. When I woke up from this much-needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling. And as those tears came pouring out, the chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me, but that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell that he wasn't the person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what had really happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner, and their prospects were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. And the only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, and that even if he did accept it, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him for in only the way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep, and sleep I did. Every chance I got, midday during our missions, if there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on a year of rest I had been robbed of. It was truly surprising. It was truly a surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagine the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth. But I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. Our missions occasionally called for performances of sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it, and it was hard to say why exactly that was, though. His movements were fine, as his facial expression, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teaching, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things or drastically underdo them. I wonder if it had to have something to do with the unshakable seriousness he's always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was genuine about his performance. I came to the conclusion that he was naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had planned. I had to keep my plans from him to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He'd been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood that the immense difficulty of his task and why he had to keep it himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position, given that the organization still had doubts about him. Yo, what's up? Matthew Tony. How much, man? I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course. But his shaky acting alone could very well have led the organization to see him through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end. End of him. No questions about it. I'm just reading a book, man. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, but I knew that it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Haldor Barn mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil monster who managed the two of us, the organization's overseer, the Emperor. I'm reading a book that's part of this game series I play, and it specifically has to deal with a couple of characters that are about to be introduced. It's part of a game, yeah. Part of Trails into Reverie. I gotta remember what okay, it's this page. Yeah. The organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one that was forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day, he had a quiet, deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. He knew I had caught on to my partner. He knew I intended to betray the organization. He knew that he intended to betray the organization, and I knew he would gleefully purge him from the when the time came, and that time was getting closer with each passing day. That's how things were going to be, I told myself. I would just have to go ahead and put my own plan into motion. I live on the eastern side of America. Let's see. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made us partners in a bid to slowly push me towards revenge. He knew that I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization and the personal playthings of the Emperor. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I had finished my mission, I told the Emperor of my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him into a specific place where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent. Even with his face hidden under his cowl, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat was was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched the surprise turn into despair, which in turn shifted to absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him to his very core. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and if I was to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner in order to facilitate my threat attacks. So I made it appear my true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my thread around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with a flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. The transparent cord ran through the center of the web of the thread under my control. Manipulating the cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted it into a complex spiral shape. I would often use as a trap, used to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focused on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor and leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord that it may not have had the same cutting power as steel thread, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all my strength to pull another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and a section of the rocky hill collapsed, propping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that I could have break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurling down towards the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder, more than 10 arcs across. Time seemed so slow as it fell directly down at the Emperor's head. The thunder of the rock slide drowning out all other sound. Finally, it came crashing down. It all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though the catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken direct hit from a massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he somehow had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked in confusion, still processing what had just happened. I cried out. Finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head in his chest. This was where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let him go. I had never hugged him before then, and I had always been too afraid to do so. I'm so sorry I said those horrible things, I sobbed. Sorry I couldn't tell you the truth. There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him most, even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened. He was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. 9. What in the world? Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. The small mountain of fallen rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to rise up in the air. It was slow but unmistakable. What's happening? Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. It was some kind of space element art. No, there's no way. There's no way, I mused aloud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components. I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there, staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice steeped in panic. That's the Emperor's power. But that would mean... It would mean the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating up, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection of gently balanced in the air. 9. We need to move. What? Intense story, right? I continued to sit there, absolutely at a loss on what to think. 3 grabbed my hand and we set off at a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders, and rocks of all sizes being flung towards the sky, like a volcano erupting before our eyes. Alright, so I figured that 9 wasn't actually betraying him. And that obviously Ace of Swords didn't actually betray him either. That made sense. Yeah, it's this is actually a long ass book. Or well, long in the way of like there being a book in a video game. Because there's like 10 chapters and each chapter is like 20 plus pages. There's like a couple that are under 20 pages. You know anything about Trails? It's not complete. It says to be continued. That means there's more. Okay. And now on chapter 7. If you got an issue with this, with me reading here, this is literally all I'm doing this stream. I gotta take a break with my eyes. Gotta let my eyes fucking like readjust instead of staring at a bunch of text. Man. I should do some rest, man. As I'm saying, I'm like not looking at the screen right now. I'm looking at other things. I'm about to pick up back a reading again. All right. Back to reading. Chapter 7, Tears and Promises. 3 and 9 ducked into the mountain cave on the outskirts of Lutzen. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them, and they were now completely out of breath. As they sat there together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from him until then. She told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally what Ace's true intentions were that night 3 years ago. Yeah, I saw you joined the Discord. Thank you for the follow. We don't really do anything. I just stream these games. This is a special stream because I need to read the story for like the introduction of the next characters that are about to come up in the game itself. But I typically just stream these specific JRPGs. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung low that 9 couldn't see his expression. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure that 3 would survive. As thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. 3 felt his chest tighten up as a wild mix of emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger bursting up. Anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by the storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. S, are you crying? 9 looked on in concern. Having finished her story, she didn't need a response, however. 3's pained silence spoke volumes. I'm fine, he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? 9 asked. I said I'm fine. Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. You're an awful actor, but you're even a worse liar when you're not performing, you know that? 1 second. Just let you know, I don't add people on Discord. Three sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over to him, taking his head into her hands. She began gently ruffling his hair, like a mother comforting a child. Everything's okay now, she murmured gently. It's all okay, but I... Three stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of Three's facade broke down, overwhelmed by Nine's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3, but definitely looked the part. But in that moment, she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3, who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone. His first time feeling the warmth of a family. Because I don't add people. Like, I don't know who the fuck you are. And now I'm going to block you. And ban you. Alright, get banned, vassal. Sorry about that. I know how strong you've had to be, S. I know how hard it's been. For so long, but it's okay now, I promise. No longer able to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. I'm such a wretched excuse for a... He sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the the cool floor of the cave. That's not true. You know that's not true, Nine said, softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me these past 3 years. You, S. But it's because of me that Ace... Listen. That just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him now, too. Three's words failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing. His years of pain and suffering pouring out from him. After some time, Three was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, Nine told him. But if you ever want to, then it's okay too. So which is it then? Three retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms, and hurriedly pulled away, immediately shifting the conversation back towards exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. So the overseers had figured me out. He knew I was going to try to make a run for it, and then that's why you moved to strike first in order to outmaneuver him. He thought out loud. That's right. I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd have told me beforehand. and let you spoil the element of surprise with your awful acting skills? 9 gave a wry grin. Yeah, I don't think so. 3's face scrunched up a bit. Both 9 and the Emperor had caught onto his plan, so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment that he'd be the most distracted, 9 continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect and my preparations were more than enough, but despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, 9 simply couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, 3 said. He had the same thing, or he had said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow. 3 said. He did something similar when Ace and I fought him 3 years ago. 3 retched open a bitter, painful memory and began relaying what he remembered to 9. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization. But then they had come to face the Empire, even with the element of surprise on their side. Even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacked precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanely so, and the 2 were quickly overpowered. So what do you think? 3 looked at 9, awaiting the input. There was no sign of him casting any, starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said, brow furrowed in thought. Dude, I can't fucking speak. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine he might have an artifact or something like it. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. 9 scratched her head in frustration. This sucks. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking for a moment, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at direct attack is going to result in our deaths. He fell silent for a time, until 3 spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes and we have to choose, we're going to prioritize your life, 9. You need to be the one to... Stop it! 9 silenced 3 with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. But then at least you'd be able to... If you die, I'm going right after you, she shouted. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep, her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings was clear to 3. Seeing this, she let out a short sigh. When you have my word, no matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right. 3 said. Taking a deep breath. I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at 3 with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance, we'll need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough, despite the fact that he survived. It's hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again. and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew that they were going to have to make a move now. Now was the time. Let's do it. We'll take them out. All right. Chapter 8. Gravity and Artifacts. Hey, this guy looks familiar. Wasn't he at the signing ceremony? Wasn't he at the crossbow signing ceremony? All right. Let's read chapter 8. 3 and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits and rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 had surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe under which he had hidden his face had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet bearing crown design. In his hand, he carried a golden scepter with a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. I knew you would return. You two aren't complete fools, after all, the Emperor called out to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So have you decided which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hand from his sword, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles and silently launched them at 3's neck. Or, that's at least how she made it appear. At the last second, before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered the trajectory, sending them speeding towards the Emperor instead. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared the intended target, they suddenly curved downward, sharply plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, 9 called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. Their trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upward. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on charge. We've had enough. You're the one that's gonna meet their death today. 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, nine second set of needles changed direction mid-air, began falling straight towards the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on the projectiles, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to arouse his ire. You dare defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arch. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must have been another way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said with a low growl. The same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago, and 3 years ago. The Emperor spoke like this. It was not when the Emperor spoke like this. It was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind. And an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he started to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve. He forced himself back onto his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance. And 9 continued to provide covering fire with her needles as he resumed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, when 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift, more swift and precise in the result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his swords, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed the same powers of insight as his partner possessed, his skills in close quarters combat were elite by even the most exacting of standards. For her part, 9's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing that her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's gold plating, she had instead began aiming for gaps between the pieces, and it was an incredibly difficult task. But as she grew more accustomed to disrupting the effects of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts along with her volleys of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull in his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun gaining the upper hand. Yet the Emperor did not seem fazed in the slightest. His expression was unreadable underneath the shadow of his helmet. but it was clear to him that clear from his body language that he still believed himself to be fully in control of the situation. 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even if his sword seemed to do a little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor, in an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carried by his swords downward, as Nine's needles had. However, he found himself soaring higher than he had intended to, impossibly so, as though he had suddenly sprouted wings. His mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began to tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could only have been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity. Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead and swiftly swung downwards. As if mimicking this motion, 3 suddenly dropped out of the air, thrown to the hard ground below like a rag doll. Gah! The air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood between gasps. Get out of the way, he's not done. Saved by Nine's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. In a split second later, the scepter slammed down on the ground where it had just been. As the gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below, he let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. The resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. He had taken a direct hit, but he would have taken a direct hit. He would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal Nine that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage attacks, he found gravity levels altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such an ever-changing condition. The situation was taxing for Nine as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field's range. The gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the two of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. Nine, meanwhile, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with surgical precision to ensure no opening went wasted. She called out to him as he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out. Let's hear it. 3 waited for her to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of an attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then? 3 glanced at his foe's left hand, seeing an empty. He thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him, purple golden sculpture of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided, just as suspected. Just as I expected. Nine nodded. The 3 had also sensed something was different, but had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them. as he didn't consider them to be a true threat to him. Factoring in on what 9 was pointed out, however, cast things in a much different light. So you realize the Emperor paused on his onslaught as though in recognition of 9's keen observation. You see the implements he has on him now. I suspect at one point he had four different artifacts that let him control gravity. Four, huh? You 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right, a helmet with a crown motif that can increase or reduce overall level of gravity. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attack the moment they receive. A scepter that sends out devastating gravitational wave when makes contact with the target, and an orb with a crow perched on it that allows its wield to alter the gravity target on a target by target basis. 9 paused her explanation of them for a moment. She looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak now was clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the church. Now that you mention it, this time around he hasn't been moving faster while slowing us down at the same time. 3 said when we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, 3 and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt that he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both sides were battling under the same level of gravity constantly, shifting though as they were. As such, the pair odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point, or it was destroyed, or at least damaged, in the rock slide. 9 explained. The pair realized that if this were true, now was their best chance to take down the Emperor, once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, and it tinged of a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts I wear were collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities with such a limited amount of time. You 9 of Swords are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you freak. Ignoring 9's retort, the Emperor continued his exhilaration, giving away to violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of the earth underfoot rising upward with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter to a nearby boulder. And worthless tools must be disposed of. In that instant, the boulder shattered into shards, shards of all shapes and sizes. They were all sent rocketing towards 9. Watch out! 3 cried. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh damn! Like fucking 9 got hit pretty hard. The shards flew like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns, all of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, not unlike a single soldier standing before an assault of an entire army. Panic 3 rushed into the line of fire, He brandished his sword and did everything he could to prevent the shards from reaching 9. He deflected and broke what he could. His body, using his body as a shield for the rest, but there was a considerable difference between distance between him and 9. One he couldn't cover so easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack. Instead devoted her efforts simply avoiding the worst pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however. One managed to slip through her defenses, and she suffered a direct hit to the abdomen. A red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumpled to the earth. No! Chapter 9. Anger and Analysis. There's 2 more chapters left. Excuse me, where's my music at? Music? There we go. Sorry, I had to get my music back. Let me turn this down just a little bit. All right. 9. 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from a thousand scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her, but he had promised her. But now, 3 felt himself overcame by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon this distress, the emperor spoke once more. So one of you made it. Now be wise and stop here. Deliver the final blow and be spared as you did before. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. Surely a girl like her would derive a warped satisfaction being killed by the same one who took her brother. The emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile. The depravity in his eyes clear even through the shadow cast by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside of 3. Die! He exploded as if boundless rage coursed through his veins and had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst from his throat. His bones creaked. His blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting into action. And before he knew it, he had launched himself at the emperor. He leashed a whirlwind of attacks. He strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The emperor met the charge head on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted with each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, honing his senses to a razor-sharp edge, and giving him almost preternatural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle Three's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no signs of slowing down. Like a wild dog. The Emperor sneered. A tool with the will of his own is useless thing, but to be sure. But seeing you foaming at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you live. A mere thing. Even in the face of Three's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. Three was a little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. Oh God, man. No. Three's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. Found himself remembering something Nine had said. It was that his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory. Composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind. Not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage, he could have stopped himself at any time, but he found his rage beneficial and wielded it ably, as though it was simply another weapon available to him. Three himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotion, but to turn them into power was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors. Yet, Three had managed to master such a complicated concept at his young age. Armor that absorbs force imparted by attacks the moment they are received. That was how Nine described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she'd described. No matter how many strikes Three launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed was to induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but Three could scarcely imagine a more suitable target for this unique skill. For his unique skills. He combined his blades into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristics of Three's weapons was their ability to internally induce an arts-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately, and then the third time, in their fused form. By this point, and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and luckily for Three, that decent amount of those hits overlapped. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersected points with his fused sword. Three attacked the Emperor. God, I keep wanting to say Empire. Three attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth away every single time. The first steps in his weapons process were relatively simple, where he had to just simply land a strike with each weapon, creating two perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the orbment. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to used the fuse blade to hit the precise point where the two lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task much more demanding. Still, 3 was confident in his aim and knew that he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. The Emperor cackled in delight as he watched 3 struggle. To him, 3's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. "I know my tools inside and out," he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. "Your methods of attack, how your weapons work. I understand these things even better than you." As if proving the Emperor's point, 3's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. 3 had figured out his foe's tricks. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change in gravity. Each time, his timing was exquisite. The trick was executed in such a way that 3 had no time to correct the angle of his swords. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect. But if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, 3 had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapons and his own body was steadily mounting. The outcome of this battle seemed clear, and by all appearances, there was nothing that could change the course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas 3 was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield. As 3 was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence, and it was a lazy drawl, one that 3 had heard many times over the past year. "Analysis complete." 9 struggled back to her feet, as though she could, looking as though she could fall back down at any moment. "How?" The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. "9, are you okay?" 3 exclaimed. And at once he understood what had happened. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious. He was simply feigning doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given 3 no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all, she had done so. Had she done so, the Emperor may have caught on to her plan. "Just fine," she responded. "I used my thread to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me. Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone that this was far from the truth. But the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious." 3 disengaged from the Emperor, and moved closer to 9, making sure to keep his trained eyes trained on his foe as he did. "There's a moment where he's unable to respond to anything," she explained. That's the power's fatal weakness." "What do you mean?" "His gravitational manipulation doesn't require casting, like an art would. But after he uses it, there's a period in time where of about a second where he's before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling of rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise," 3 said, thinking back on their batter. How could he have managed that? He was just reading your movement, S. He knows how you fight like the back of his hand. Wait, what? 3 exclaimed. The surprise in his voice was clear. It's true, 9 responded. The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swings. He knows you well enough to straight up predict everything you'll do. Is that even possible? Asked 3, his mind racing. Sure is, 9 continued. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a total monster through and through. The Emperor let out a chuckle. A sound analysis, but it will avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles each and every time. There is no possible way you can undo years of habits. The habits we so painstakingly carved into you. 9 looked up at him knowingly. Right. He acknowledged. Let's end this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. The 3 charged at him, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were on both sides knew where it would ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as he predicted, 3's attack would 3 attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in the armor that had been previously marked. The sword raced towards its target. Gravity shifted and the sword's trajectory was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path, regardless of its altered gravity, and had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible. The Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. 3's movements had changed somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, 3's next attack came. Speeding in, the Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated the gravity. However, boom! The muffled explosion rang out, and the Emperor felt the armor crack and pain course through his left arm. Boom! What? Another flash. Boom! His right leg has now been damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had 3 managed to correctly predict the spatial manipulation? How was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood on the other end, controlling them. She wasn't pulling them to and fro like a marionette. She was intending to nudge the attack slightly, guiding in his direction, timing an angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attack and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same thing to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was of course a major reason why this was possible. But her relationship with 3 was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be. "You little wench!" The Emperor let out an enraged growl laced with the bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 as he did before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point the duo had led him to a different part of the area, one where he had no longer could weaponize their terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him, and rushed at 9. "Finally," she smirked. "I've been waiting." A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor, likely due to an art 9 had cast. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subject to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the element of surprise. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with his staff once it had entered the area of reduced gravity. But it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulders rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder. "No!" he exclaimed, knowing full well this was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. 3 landed a solid hit on his armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear off his body. "This is the end," 3 said. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had been destroyed, and 3's blade had found its bloody mark. Damn. One more chapter. Chapter 10. S and N. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, 3's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up to the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. "Found some humor in your end, have you?" asked 3. "To think you two would best me," the Emperor said in his weak voice. "I admit it, I underestimated you. You are by far the most masterful tools I had ever had the pleasure of owning." "Enough, we are not your tools any longer," 3 said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So he thought to himself. The moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he had hated the most. The thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword. But that didn't stop 3's hand from trembling. "S," 9 said gently, moving closer. "We'll do it together, okay?" Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. "Okay," 3 responded. It was this was it. The moment where the two had put their tragic past to rest. 9 placed her hands on 3's on threes. 9 placed her hands on threes, steadying his weapon. Her warmth abated his tremble ever so slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more. Every arch of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed. Control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same. You're wrong, said Nine. We're no longer anyone's tool. We're never gonna force, and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done, said 3. You're the last person we're ever going to kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvard, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from the trains, most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to orbital cars. So such an odd-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charms, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of about the same age lazed about with them. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face, the one that had been obscured by the cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer for you, or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, this new king, was, at his core, a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because that they were accustomed to fear, no one met this new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country to a republic, holding the new king accountable for his father's sins. Suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. So you're telling me this prince eventually became the overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over on his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing off in the carriage, and bumped and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? Then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. Only the sound that could be heard was the clopping of the horse's hooves and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke out in silence. What is it? What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone was suddenly in grave news. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me for what I did? For what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her for her answer. Never, she continued, because he was my brother and I loved him. And he was the only real family I ever had, so the girl paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed red, and then she continued in a much louder voice. So, if you want me to forgive you, you can never leave me. We need to stick together through thick and thin, you and me, N&S. The boy smiled. His fear a moment ago having left him. Of course, we'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back, and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain emotion swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued to talk. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on, and that includes making sure that you get the education you need to grow into the best person you can be. This was, in fact, not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed, starting violently shaking the carriage in frustration. Well, what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be for the moment. The topic changed. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Liberl or Le Mans, just as the boy had initially planned, but where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew that they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they had stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. For the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future, a path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, confident smile growing on his face. Well, when we consider our skill set, how about something in theater? Not in your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it, S. You're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad, and I'm sure a play would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank into a seat, and then threw out another idea, one somewhat more plausible than the last. I know. How about we become bracers? No way. The girl rejected the idea again, but with a bit less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy. No sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. There was also a question hanging in the air over whether a bracer would even consider taking on people with the duo's unique background. Yeah, I mean, okay. All things considered, however, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine. What's your bright idea then? Me? Girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day and just sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face then lit up and suddenly he remembered something. Oh, right. What is it? Names, he said with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't even shared our names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Mine's Swin. Huh? The girl said, with a smile. So, S wasn't too far off then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned in one of his letters, she had known Swin's name before their paths even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she had decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name, or rather than the organization moniker. This was, however, something was something she intended to keep to herself. Well, in the end, you'll always be S to me, so I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, N. Together, they were travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. Oh my god, we did it! We did it! That is the story of Swin and Nadia. Two characters that we're going to be playing as pretty soon. This is a good book. This is my first time actually reading this book. I wanted to actually get the full extent of it. But what we are going to do right here is I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom. And then we're going to play the last part of Act 1, which is where we're going to be playing as these two characters plus another character. And then we're going to get the opening. So, and it's a very quick segment. It's an extremely quick segment. So I'll be right back, and we'll get to it. Why can't I hear myself? One second. Oh, never mind. In muting myself, I didn't mute myself. I put on the playback. So let me stop this. And we will all right. Let's go and finish up Act 1. Who's this question mark? Who's this question mark route? Hey, who dis?
Stop right there! Hand over the case.
Who are you? You're not bandits, are you? Are you going to hurt me?
Enough! Do as you're told!
But that's mine!
Check the contents.
It's just a bear.
It's just a stuffed animal.
Did we get the wrong person?
That's not just a stuffed animal, silly. It's one of my special ones.
What the? You set us up!
Nice job, S.
There's another one!
They're down to 3. Let's get them down to none.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go, boys. All right.
Target locked.
How shall we play? Arcus activate! It's me! Arcus activate!
Hey! Time to settle this! Destiny! You're down!
How shall we play? Are you ready?
It's so nice to like go from reading 3 and 9 into this.
Target locked. Keep at it! Hey! Keep at it!
How shall we play?
Target locked. I said,
Yeah.
keep her safe.
It's me! It's me!
Appreciate it.
It's me! Are you ready? Got you!
Asking for it. Okay.
I gotta battle scope these guys.
Okay. You're down.
Hey, miss. Nice.
How shall we play?
Ready?
It's me! Yeah. It's me!
On it. Target locked. You're down. On it. Keep at it.
How shall we play? Where's the flutter? Fanciful spell! It's me! Yeah. It's me!
Ready? Buffing.
Oh, I didn't realize he had art support. Smash him and thrash him.
You couldn't have been more right about how they moved on you.
I wouldn't have even noticed them if you didn't say something first. But that's what makes us the most perfect team in the whole wide world.
Swin Abel. Nadia Rain.
Still, they were clearly well trained. I thought we'd be in the clear once we reached the Empire, but guess not.
At least they were dumb enough to make it obvious what they were after.
The case, yeah.
What do you think's inside?
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's a big deal.
He was pretty adamant about keeping it secret. Would have been easier to have the guild transport it if it was something normal.
Yeah, and as long as it's in our hands, I don't want to let him down.
Me either. He's been real good to us.
You can look on their
Problem
their
is
neck
how we're
things.
going to deliver it with nothing but some cryptic riddle
They
to
have
tell us where to go.
they have like neck chokers
We'll
that
figure
have
it
like
out
their
eventually. No need to stress ourselves out over it.
designations of being 3 and 9.
Yes.
Like he has like
Well,
3
we
little
should get
things
moving.
on his
We might have more
choker,
of those guys
and she's
hot
got
on
a
our
thing that
tail.
looks like a 9.
Sure, but before we address the real problem on our hands... I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore.
I'm
You
tired.
carry me, right? Pretty please.
I am not doing that.
I love
You're
Nadia.
always so mean to me. So very mean.
Stop whining and walk. And give me the case. I'll carry it.
And here was your chance to be a gentleman. Someone needs to step up their game around women.
Whatever you say, Nadia.
Who this? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Act 1, Evening of Encounters.
Nadia.
I know.
The fuck is Zoa Baylor here doing here?
What?
I don't think it's an archaism.
I got it. What is with this thing? I might as well be doing nothing.
Looks like it's manufactured out of some special material, but that's all I got.
The core can't be damaged unless you first prioritize the joints.
So that's how it works. Who's the Snoop?
Someone
Who's the Snoop?
suspicious written all over him. But we'll just have to trust him for now.
Yeah, who this guy?
What excellent spirit. Slay on sight. Criminals raid.
Yeah, why didn't you give me that?
Target locked.
How shall we play?
Muffin!
I'll take care of it.
Okay. Time to settle this. Destiny! They're down!
Rude?
It's me! Whee!
Appreciate it.
All right. On guard. How about this?
On it.
How shall we play?
Okay. Keep at it.
All right.
How shall we play?
Let it resound. Dark Requiem.
It's me! It's me! Arcus activate! It's me!
Okay.
How shall we play? How shall we play? Welcome to my TED
God, welcome to my TED talk.
My pièce de résistance! Mwah! Make Nana proud! Nurse Nadia's
Appreciate
here.
it.
Yeah, Nurse Nadia's here.
Crap. Keep at it.
Well, I should have done. Base?
Now, how to navigate this? Touchdown!
Bam, 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 bam. Weird.
Did it run off?
Yes, so?
Thanks. What you said was dead on.
No thanks necessary. However, I will be taking this.
So you helped us out to nab the case.
Correct. I appreciate that your valiant efforts against your pursuers saved me a great deal of time.
We're gonna need that back. And if you won't give it back, we'll take it back.
By all means.
Hold up, S. This might be a stupid question, but bear with me. Could you tell us your name?
I go by C. I am the leader of the Reborn Imperial Liberation Front.
See.
Is this a bit?
This is either a crazy coincidence, or fate just really likes messing with us.
Have I said something unusual?
So, when we were given that case, we were told to deliver it to a person who introduces themselves as C.
I'd like for you to elaborate on the details of this request of yours.
Can't. That's the long and short of it.
Ever since last month, we've been trying to figure out just who C could be, and we've hit dead end after dead end.
Did you just say last month?
Yeah,
Huh.
You are certain of this?
Hundo P.
Hundo P.
You doing okay? Those mushrooms you eat on the way here start to kick in or something?
Oh, I'm quite well. I simply did not expect this affair to
I
take such
I
a
I
huge
love
turn.
her. I love Nadia.
Never did I expect to have this much fun.
well, if you're good, then is it okay with you if we open the case? Our work isn't considered complete until we've verified its contents have been safely received.
Don't worry. That one's not rigged with a bomb. I think.
You think? Then again, not like we've seen what's inside for ourselves.
But now we can. I've been dying to open it. Wanna give us a hint to make it fun?
I haven't the faintest idea what's inside.
You went through all the trouble of stealing it when you don't even know what it is?
Someone's a wild card.
True, I don't know its precise contents. Whatever they may be, however, they concern the unrest that plagues Crossbell and Erebonia. And I firmly believe they will lead me to the root of its cause. Well, go on then. Open it.
Cutscene.
Will what lie lies within deliver us hope? Or will it deliver yet more misfortune?
Who are? You.
Damn. Opening. Is one of my favorite openings. Boom. Hey, even though this opening is just a compilation of like all of the cutscenes in the game, or like all of the super rendered cutscenes. Good old new opening type stuff now. I like how I like how this game was very and that's the ending of that. It's technically C's route. The marketing for this game was like very heavily what's the word? Grandmaster centric. Like she's the cover of it because this game was actually supposed to be about the Grandmaster, but like last second they swapped what it was going to be. Anyway, thank you guys for dealing with me reading a book. Pretty much the entirety of the stream. I will not be live tomorrow. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. So I'll be live again on Monday around 7 o'clock for us to start Act 2 of Trails into Reverie. Anyway, yeah, thank you all for hanging out and joining me on this reading of a book. On Twitch's side, I'm going to maybe attempt to raid somebody, depending on who's streaming. None of my friends are streaming, so I'm not going to do that. We are just going to end stream then. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the lurkers. Thank you for everything. Again, like I said, I'll be live again on Monday at around 7 p.m. Eastern to start Act 2. Anyway, I hope you guys have a good night, And take care.